Alright guys, today I'm going to prepare a very simple meal. Again, it's going to be fried chicken, but it's not going to be southern fried chicken or breaded. I'm going to coat the chicken in potatoes. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to grate these potatoes, mix it with some flour and egg, and that is going to be the coating for the chicken. I'm only going to use the breast today from this whole chicken, and I'm going to freeze the rest, or I might not freeze it, who knows. I'll definitely make another meal out of the legs next time. So today I'm only going to use the breast, and I'm going to serve the chicken with some salad. I've got some tomatoes, pepper, avocado, onion, spring onion, and the garlic I'm going to put in the coating of the chicken. So just take the breast off very quickly. And with this chicken, the bones are very strong because it's a free range chicken, so it's got a very good structure. But again, I'm just following the bone with the knife. Take the breast off, nice and easy, if you know where the bones are. Okay, and cut here, and one breast is off already. I'm just going to cut the chicken into strips, small strips, so it's going to fry quickly. I'm just going to season the chicken with some jollof seasoning. Of course, you can just go with salt, pepper and garlic, whatever works for you. This one has a nice mixture of herbs and spices, so I just use this, and I'm quite generous with the seasoning as well. Now for the pancake, I'm going to use 3 medium to large potatoes, and I'm going to grate them on the largest option. Okay guys, so I just grated the potatoes, and I'm just going to add some salt, mix it up, and I'm just going to wait for the potato to release all the water, or most of it. This won't take long, especially with the added salt. So let's say about 5 minutes. I'm just going to leave this for 5 minutes. I'm also going to do the salad that is going to come with the dish, and a very simple one. I'm just going to slice what I have today, and of course just use whatever you have. Okay, all I do at this point is I'm just going to add some white wine vinegar, bit of soya sauce, and some nice olive oil. And that's pretty much my salad done. Just mix everything up. By the time I'm ready with the chicken, this is going to be awesome. Okay, meanwhile, you can see how much water the potato already released. So I'm just going to squeeze this out. Okay, you see how much water came out in just 5 minutes, literally. Potatoes go back in. I'm going to add 1 egg to 3 potatoes. I'm going to add some flour. I won't go crazy with the flour, but it does need some. Okay, a bit of salt. Happy Chef, I don't need it today, but I will add some black pepper. Okay, and the garlic. Alright, so garlic, and this is going to be the coating for the chicken breast. This seems a bit dry. I'm just going to add another egg. Okay. Oil seems to be hot enough, and it is. Actually, it's probably too hot, but let's see. Okay guys, just going to see if it needs any more seasoning. No, it's perfect. Very simple. Chicken breast into flour, dust it off. Then we're gonna coat it with the potatoes. Job done. Alright guys, so I just make sure that each chicken has a decent amount of potatoes. Okay, these are nicely cooked, and the potato gives a nice and crisp coating. Only one more round left. Well, the chicken is almost done. Time to plate up. Again, very simple salad. Only few ingredients. The seasoning is very important. That's the key. So soya sauce, lemon juice or vinegar, and olive oil. So we have a nice bit of salad. It's not heavy because it's not mayonnaise based. Just to show you. So chicken, nicely cooked, nice crispy potato pancake mix batter to fry it, nice and crunchy. Amazing. Okay guys, I hope you enjoyed this episode, and I hope that I show you something that you haven't done before and you're gonna try it. Nice treat on a Friday night. Extremely tasty and easy to make. So guys, I hope you enjoyed this video, and I shall see you in the next one. Thanks for watching. Alright. Okay guys, we are back at Mom's kitchen. I'm going to show you one more Hungarian dish since I'm in Hungary. Very simple dish. It's like a poor man's food. It's going to be basically potato and pasta. Ingredients are potatoes, onions, garlic. I'm going to add some bacon as well, but it's not necessary. I'm going to cook everything with lard again, and I'm going to season everything with paprika, black pepper, ground caraway seeds and salt. So here we go. Very simple. Let's see what happens today. Nothing. Ooh. Nothing's happening, buddy. That's fine. Let's try again. Yeah, that's better. Alright. So let's add some lard. As always, I'm gonna be quite generous. Let's see. So this, what I'm going to cook is for 4 people. I'm using 8 small pieces of potatoes, not large. If it would be large, I would use 1 potato per person. A bit more large? Yes, of course. What can go wrong? Alright. That's the lard. And then, what should I start with? I can start... I'm gonna start with the onions. Onions, same technique as always. The onions are going to dissolve anyway, so it doesn't really matter if you chop it fine or rough. Let's see, what I should do is I'm still drinking Gösser, and of course I wasn't sure in the previous one, Gösser is from Austria. It's done. I hope you enjoyed the opening shots of my hometown and the surroundings. Don't worry, I'm not gonna turn into like a nature documentary channel, but I'm just too proud of my hometown and wanted to show it off. Maybe more people are going to be interested to visit it. Not that we don't have enough visitors. It's probably one of the most popular destinations near Balaton. Okay, just gonna sweat off the onions. Alright. And then, while the onions are cooking, I'm just going to chop up the potatoes. I'm not going to chop them too small because I want some potatoes to remain. No, I'm gonna keep the potatoes around yay big, so centimeter by centimeter ish cubes. So the dish is still going to have some texture to it. can increase the heat, and it's getting hot already in the kitchen. Spent the whole morning in the lake and the water was amazing. I wish I had more time. I spent the whole morning at the lake and the water was just amazing, nice and clean. Obviously you can't compare it to the sea, as obviously this is a lake, but it's still amazing. It's very good for families with small children, actually quite family friendly place, and it's cheap as well. Turn down the heat. Now at this point I'm going to add the bacon. Yay. Alright, and at this point I'm going to start to cook the pasta, because what I'm going to do, I'm going to use the water from the pasta for the dish. I like to pre-boil the water in the kettle, it takes much less time, it's much more efficient. Just add some salt, like so. And here we go. That's it. I've got some nice Hungarian durum pasta. Says it takes about 6 to 9 minutes. I'm going to keep it al dente, so I say 6 minutes. Bloody hell, I'm sweating already. Let's see the garlic. Yet another way how to peel garlic. Okay, I'm gonna mince the garlic. I think this is the easiest way actually, to mince it straight. Alright, so the garlic is done. Just gonna wash my hands quick. Let's check the angle. Chair is in the way. think I used way too much fat, but hey. Okay, at this point I'm going to add... I'm not going to add the garlic yet because I don't want to burn it. For the next step I'm going to add the potatoes. And I'm going to start to cook them off. And it may seem like I used quite a bit of fat, but actually it's going to help to cook the onions off. Okay, water is boiling already. For 4 people I'm going to use half of this pasta, so around 250 grams. Ish. Let's see, is it about this much? A bit more. Yeah, that's about it. Yeah, so I've gently started to cook off the potatoes. Now, I'm not going to turn this into a mush. I'm not going to turn this into mashed potatoes. I'm not going to turn this into mashed potatoes. I want the potatoes to still have some texture left in them. And I'm not going to add too much salt because I'm going to use the water from the pasta and that already has salt in it. So just a bit of salt. So now at this point I'm going to add the garlic. And I'm going to add some black pepper. Quite generous with the black pepper. And a wee bit of caraway seeds. You don't have to, but I like it. In Indian cuisine they use loads of cumin. In Hungarian cuisine they use loads of caraway seeds, which is the same family, but it's a completely different flavor. It smells fantastic already. Amazing. At this point you can see that we have some very nice caramelization starting on the bottom of the pan. That's gonna be all extra flavor. And at this point I'm just going to start to add some of the water. To help it cook through. And as I've added water already, I can add the paprika, so I know that it's not going to burn at this point. So simple, yet so delicious. Look, all that's coming up. It's all gonna be flavor deglazing the pan. Amazing flavors. Okay, the pasta is doing just fine. Let's try one. Oh, it's definitely al dente. One pasta is done already. Amazing. Still has a nice chew to it. So what I'm gonna do, I can turn the pasta off and use the water from the pasta. So I'm gonna just reduce it. By the time I reduced it, at that point potatoes are going to be cooked, and then I can mix everything together. Won't take long. And do taste test. Yeah, amazing. I remember when I used to work in the late 90s, I used to work in a small buffet at the beach, and it was so hot in the kitchen. Like, we didn't have any aircon whatsoever, and it was so hot in the kitchen that the lighters used to blow up, and it was just crazy. Once I fainted as well, almost fell into the oil. Imagine like 60 plus degrees centigrade. Okay, this is done. Nice and thick. Wow, amazing. So at this point, potatoes are fully cooked. As you can see, it's not dry. Still has a nice sauce with it. Now I'm going to add the pasta. This is like carb heaven. There. Added all my pasta. Just gonna mix it together, and that's about it. The dish is done. Job's a good one. That's it. And you may think that, okay, this is just potatoes and pasta, is disgusting. No, it's not. This is really flavorful. Like, especially if you are broke, you on a budget, this is a very good meal. Wow, it doesn't get any more old school than this. Alright. So guys, this is called krumplis tészta in Hungarian. It basically means, or it literally means, potato-y pasta. As I said, ingredients: potatoes, onions, garlic, pasta, seasoning, paprika, black pepper, bit of caraway seeds, and I've used lard to cook it. And then serving suggestion is to go with a nice salad, or to eat it with my favorite fermented cucumbers or fermented gherkins, if you like. It's an amazing, cheap and summery meal. Enjoy and see you on the next one. Yes. Okay guys, today I'm going to prepare lasagna, and before anyone says anything, obviously it's not going to be traditional, it's going to be my version, not too different from a normal traditional lasagna. For the meat I have some beef and pork. I don't have any veal. You can't actually, I haven't seen veal in the supermarkets for forever. I'm sure you can buy it still from the butcher, but I don't have access to it, so I just use pork and beef, same equal amount. For the base I'm going to use onions, carrots and celery and some garlic. And what I'm gonna do, I'm going to, for the first time ever, I've never tried this, I'm going to cook the ragu in a pressure cooker, because normally if I do ragu I cook it for about 5-6 hours on a very low heat. But today I'm going to try my new pressure cooker and see if I can cut down the cooking time. So right now it's about 4:30. It sounds a bit unrealistic, but I'm going to try to create a lasagna with fresh pasta in about 1.5 hours from scratch. What I'm going to start with is going to be the pasta dough, so the pasta can rest for a short time. I'm going to make a whole, well, for us this is going to be a large amount of lasagna. I'm going to use this dish. This is going to make me about 8 portions. It's only the two of us, so I'm going to give some to my friends and I'm going to freeze a couple of portions as well. For that I'm going to measure 300 grams of flour, which is quite a lot. Maybe I would be okay with 200, but I'd rather have some pasta left than not enough pasta for the lasagna. And what I'm also going to do is what I've done many times before. I'm going to do the pasta dough, but I'm not actually going to cook it. So there are different methods to do lasagna, and I've tried everything really. I've tried pre-made pasta, I've tried fresh pasta, I've tried to cook off the pasta, I've tried without cooking it off and just basically layering is what I'm going to do today. The pasta with the ragu and the bechamel, and bake it that way, so your pasta is getting cooked anyway. And I haven't actually found that much difference, so that's what I want to do today. And I'm using a pasta flour, 00 grade, strong flour. I've got my 300 grams of flour, and I'm going to add 3 eggs to it, and I'm using some beautiful free-range eggs. And as a general rule of thumb, I normally use 1 egg per 100 grams of flour. Okay, so this step is done. I'm just going to mix up everything and make my pasta dough. Again, as you can see my technique, I'm not Italian, I'm not following the proper Italian rules of making pasta dough, but I think as long as everything has been incorporated, and by that I mean the eggs have been incorporated with the flour, the result is going to be identical. So I'll just mix everything together and work out the dough, and then I'm going to let the dough rest. And the next step is going to be to make the ragu. Okay, my pasta dough is starting to take a shape, but there is still more work. But you can see how the flour absorbs all the eggs, and you might ask yourself, like, T, why the hell are you doing a lasagna video? There are 6 million lasagna videos already on YouTube, and the answer is I just want to inspire people to cook at home more. Lasagna is a relatively simple dish to make, but sometimes it's just easier to buy it in a supermarket already done, but it's never going to be as tasty as the one you make at home. Now the dough is still quite wet, but I'm going to leave it to rest after a bit more kneading, and then it's going to be perfectly good to work with it. And the more I work with the dough, it's starting to be less and less sticky, because the flour is getting hydrated by the eggs. Okay, so my pasta dough is getting, you can see how the dough rips, so it's not a shiny smooth surface. So I'm just going to work on it a bit more, and when I get to that stage, then I can stop kneading. You can already see a difference, how the surface is getting smoother and smoother. And as you know, I'm going to leave this video long. I'm not trying to cut too much out, so you can see how long it actually takes you. I could edit this video into a 2-minute video. This is how you make lasagna from scratch. Cut, 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 done. But I don't think that's realistic enough. Maybe it's inspiring, but you're not gonna try, I don't think, if you know that it takes an hour and a half. But I can actually show you how easy it is, and that's an easy hour and a half. I think that should be more inspiring than to see a minute of quick cuts. It's a bit unrealistic in my eyes. So my pasta dough is kind of done. I'm going to leave it to rest. So I'm just going to cling film the bowl, or you can cling film the pasta itself. It doesn't really make such a big difference. Both ways are fine. Actually, I'm going to cling film the pasta itself. Okay, so pasta dough is done. The next step is to rehydrate with some lovely Italian beer. Cheers everybody, nice. And to start my ragu. Okay, so let's turn on the induction to high heat. I'm just going to slice my onions quite finely, not super fine, but fine. And I'm going to add some olive oil. Yeah, I'm quite generous with olive oil today. I can start to add more onions. Again, just the usual technique. Guard your fingers by grabbing whatever you slice like this, and your nails are going to protect your fingers. Okay, that's the onions done. Next is going to be the celery. And I'll just do the same to the celery as I did to the onions. Now my celery is not as fine as my onions, so what I'm going to hold the tip of the knife. I'm going to hold with my left hand, or if you're right-handed, just move it around. So I'm going to hold the tip of my knife, and I'm just going to chop. Or you can go this way as well, whatever suits you. Okay. But to be honest, I'm not too worried about if there are any thicker pieces. So normally if I would cook ragu, as I mentioned, I cook it for 5-6 hours on a low heat without the pressure cooker, and you can't identify any celery or carrot or anything, just melts away completely. And I'm hoping for the same results from the pressure cooker. And of course, if you don't feel like chopping, you can always use a machine to chop everything up for you, but I prefer to chop and slice everything by hand if I can and if I have the time for it. That's good to start with. course. Alright. How is it? Alright. Have you tried my favorite? Lasagna? No, he says, yeah, my favorite is the lasagna. Or something. Anyway, so that's my carrots done. So I'm just going to cook off the base quick. On the way. Quite exciting about this new pressure cooker. And I'm going to add some garlic as well. You know what? Why not? Let's use the microwave method. And again, I've got some beef and pork. Fatty pork and not too fatty beef. This is funny. So with the beef mince and I think the lamb, you can buy mince in just a vacuum pack rather than buying it in a plastic. With pork, you have to buy it from plastic. Weird. And how is my garlic doing? Garlic is done. If you leave it in too long, like I just did, then it actually cooks the garlic as well. But it still tastes like garlic, but it's hot. So that's a large amount of garlic. But I like my garlic. So I'll just chop everything up. Again, because the garlic is cooked already, because I put it in the microwave and it's been in there for about a minute, I can just puree it. And that's it. Put it to the base. Nice. Nice little caramelization is going on. Lovely. Let's see if the extraction makes any difference. Or I'll just open the window. Wow. Lovely autumn day today. Nice. All right. The next step is going to be me adding the meat. So you can't actually see much, but let's see. So I just cooked off the mirepoix. I'm happy with that. I'm going to add my beef mince and my pork mince. And we are about 15 minutes in, 20 so far. I'll just fry or saute these up as well. at this step, so basically I just want to saute or fry the mince off so that I don't end up with big lumps of meat. So that's my mince separated. I'm going to add a bit of salt and pepper to it. Let's see. Salt and pepper. A lot of pepper, I like my pepper. Okay, I'm just going to turn up the heat to the maximum. Oh yes, it smells amazing already. So I've worked with a lot of Italian chefs, and what I've noticed is that they don't use too many herbs or spices. They always are very minimalistic in terms of herbs and spices, and just focus on the base flavor. But me being a Hungarian, we love oregano and basil, and for us Italian food is not actually authentic Italian food because we over season everything, and I'm going to do that kind of as well because that's what I've grown up with. And this might be offensive to Italians, it shouldn't be, but that's just the way things are. You can get nice and authentic Italian food in Italy, but don't expect to have authentic Italian food cooked by a chef by another nationality, you know. Just like I did with my paella video the other day. I've mixed seafood with chorizo, and straight away I have set at least a few Spanish people because they never mix seafood with chorizo, but I like seafood with chorizo, so you know, don't judge me. I'm quite happy with my mince at this point, and what I'm gonna do, I'm just going to add some red wine. I'm going to reduce the red wine, and at that point I'm going to add my passata and the tomatoes. So the meat is being salted, so the ragu has been started. The next step is to make a white sauce. It's not going to be a perfect bechamel sauce, so yeah, that can cook away in the back. For my white sauce slash bechamel, it's not going to be bechamel because I'm not doing a classic French routine of adding cloves to a onion and then cook that in the milk and all that. I'm just going to make a white sauce, if you like. Is there measurement in here? Yes. So I'll use about 100 grams of butter to start with. I'm going to use the same flour because it's been out already. At this point I can probably... Oi! What you doing in here, mate? Nice. Well, I can close the window so it's not going to be too noisy. I live very near to Heathrow Airport, hence why you can hear airplanes flying by. So I'm just melting my butter, which I'm going to add flour to. I'll cook the flour out, make a basic roux. I'm going to add milk to it. And that's something I don't do either. So classic bolognese sauce, they add milk to, which I never do, and I'm sure it's pretty much the same as adding double cream or to make it more creamy, but I've never done it. Even when I used to work in Italian restaurant, maybe the chefs were not from Bologna, and that's why they haven't added milk to the ragu. But I won't do it either, because it's not something I used to do. I'm sure it's nice, but for me it's just not necessary at this point, especially making lasagna, where I'm going to add white sauce and some double cream as well. So I just add some flour. I didn't measure it, but I'm looking for a thick liquid sort of consistency. Perfect. So I don't know if you can see it from the video. I hope you can see, but this is the consistency I'm looking for. It is normally 1:1, so I've probably added about 100 grams of flour. I can measure that later. And I'm just going to cook the flour off, not on a very high heat, just to make sure to cook the flour out, so it's not going to taste raw. And at this point, let's see. So you can see that some of the red wine has been evaporated. At this point I'm going to do a seasoning test, see if it needs a bit more salt and pepper, and it does. And you will notice that for this dish I'm not going to add any stock cubes or anything like that. This dish doesn't need it. What I am going to add, and it's probably not very traditional, is instead of just normal tomato puree, I'm going to use sun-dried tomato puree, so that is going to enhance the flavor even more. So I'm going to add it now. I use a whole tube, and that's something we used to do as well when I used to work in Italian restaurants. For every kilo of meat, we used to add a whole big tin of tomato. So that's about 2 kilos of tomato for 1 kilo of meat, obviously to spread the meat. But today I'm going to add passata. Always rinse. Okay. At this point I need to stir my flour before it burns. And I'm going to add 3 tins of whole tomatoes. Of course, if I can open it, that is. Yeah, that's not gonna stop me. And this is interesting. I don't normally use whole tomatoes, and I was watching this video, and the guy is like, okay, if you buy whole tomatoes, you know that you're actually getting the whole tomato. If you buy chopped tomatoes, which I normally do, you get all the end bits and all that. And it made me think, and it's actually right. Okay, so I'm just adding 2 so far. See if I'm not exceeding my limit of how much I can add in the pressure cooker. And trying to multitask. So the flour has reached the color that I was looking for. And at this point I'm going to add whole milk to my flour. And to avoid lumps, you should always add cold to hot, or boiling hot to boiling hot. And that's about it. Then I use the whole milk. Well, that's whole milk in the UK, which is 3.5% fat, I believe. Yes, 3.5%. So that's what they call whole milk in the UK. And I've been away so long from Hungary that I don't remember what whole milk is in Hungary, but I'm pretty sure it's about the same. So I just rinse the first two tins that I've added, 1 and 2. So all the tomatoey goodness are out. Let's see, what's the maximum amount I can put in this. And again, I would cook this from this stage. I would cook it for about 5 to 6 hours on a low heat. But today I'm going to try to reduce the time drastically by using a pressure cooker. So the maximum is there, so I can add my last tin tomato to this safely. That's it. A bit more water to rinse. Okay, done. And at this point I'm going to add some thyme, and I'm going to add some oregano, just like this, so I can take it out. And when the dish is almost done, then I'm going to add some basil. So I just tasted it. It needs a bit more salt for sure. And some pepper as well. Okay, let's just mix that in. And here we go. This is a new adventure for me. I'm going to add the lid. Exciting. Okay, lid goes on. It's being turned on to the maximum. Hopefully I'm not going to burn it. Now I can focus on my white sauce, which I'm going to also season with black pepper and salt. And actually, instead of adding cheese to the layers when I do the lasagna, I just add some cheese to the white sauce, and that's gonna be enough. Okay, now I can tidy up. I don't actually need my chopping board anymore. Yeah, so I'm going to tidy up and see you in a couple of minutes. Okay, I just tidied up. My white sauce is on a low heat, and just slowly bring it to the boil. And as you can probably see, there are no lumps, so I've done a good job. Let's see here. Yeehaw. Let's see if I need to adjust the flavor. Oh, that's pretty nice. More salt for sure. And then, as I said, I'm not going to add separate layers of cheese. I'm just going to use some red Leicester, which I have at home, to add to the white sauce. So basically I'm making a cheese sauce, if you like. But with lasagna, I don't think the cheese is the most important thing. The most important thing is the ragu and the pasta. I can increase the heat because I'm next to the dish and I can concentrate on it. But if you try to multitask, just lower the heat, buy some time for yourself, don't worry about burning things down. And now it's 5:15, so actually I'm quite on track. I was aiming to be ready by 6, and depending on the pressure cooker, I think I'll be able. Can I add a bit more cheese to this? And that's about it. But it's like with cheese, I'm pretty sure that I'm pretty sure that Italians don't use cheddar cheese at all in the lasagna. I find it that most people put way too much cheese in the lasagna, and I don't think it's necessary, but I'm sure there will be someone to correct me in the comments section. But for me, my preference, this much cheese is plenty enough. Yes. Okay, that's nice. Okay. I was getting worried that it burned down, but it didn't. Okay, so I hopefully saved a couple of hours by cooking this in a pressure cooker. I'm just going to get rid of all the thyme and the oregano, and then I'm going to layer up my lasagna and bake it off. Okay, yeah, it definitely works. For me it needs more salt. I think I do it too salty, so I just add some salt. Okay, salt is added. I'm going to remove all the stalks from the thyme and the oregano, and I still have 20 minutes to reach my goal. I don't think I will, but it's going to be close. So my pasta dough has been resting for a long while. It looks quite sticky, which means that I haven't actually added enough flour to the eggs, even though I used 100 grams of flour to 1 egg, which I normally do. The eggs probably were bigger than usual. So I'm just going to dust the surface with some flour, like so. And I'm going to roll out the pasta and start to build my lasagna with fresh pasta without cooking. And I'm sure this is not traditional, so don't be upset. I know this works, and I know that the end result is still going to be amazing. So I'm just going to roll out the pasta. So my setup is obviously far from perfect, but I'm going to make it work. Just flour the pasta. Okay, first phase. Now second phase is going to be thinner, and I'm aiming for the same length, which I can always adjust. So I can go now halfway. This dish is not going to be as authentic as a proper Italian chef's recipe, but I'm not trying to be an Italian chef. I'm a Hungarian chef, so I do know that the end result is going to be awesome, and I'm happy with that. So I'm just going to go to the thinnest setting to my pasta machine, and I'm going to put all my pasta through, and then I can start to build my lasagna. This is a bit too long. I'm going to cut it in half. I'll do the same with this one. Alright, add a tiny bit of olive oil to the bottom of the dish, like so. And I will add my first layer of pasta. And again, I know this is not traditional, but I also know that this works, because I've done it many times before. You can, if you choose, you can cook the pasta off now. But if you don't, or if you don't have the time, it's perfectly fine as well. So I have my ragu and my white sauce, which I've added cheese to. And what I'm going to do, I'm just going to add a layer of cheese at the moment. I'm going to add a layer of the white sauce to start with. Spread it. And I'm going to add another layer of pasta on the top of that. raw pasta, and I'm going to add some of the ragu. Okay, that's done. And I'm going to add more layers of pasta, and I'm basically just going to continue what I've done so far. Just a little bit more flour because my dough is a bit sticky. So basically, as I said, I normally use 100 grams of flour to 1 egg, but that obviously depends on the size of the egg. And in this case, the egg was obviously slightly bigger than medium, so my pasta dough has become a slightly too moist, but that's nothing that I can adjust. Okay. This is the beauty of working with fresh pasta, is that you can adjust the pasta size to your liking and to your needs. At this point I'm going to add another layer of the white sauce. Yeah, that's about it. And then some more pasta. And what I would normally do if I would use dry pasta is to build the layers in a separate way. So you build one layer this way and you build another layer this way. That's going to give structure to your lasagna as well. Okay. Okay, more ragu. And as you can notice, I'm not adding any cheese in between. And the ragu is saucy enough to cook off the raw pasta as well. That's done. I've got 2 more pasta. All right. Okay guys, so this will be the last layer of the layer before we finish. For this I'm going to use a bit of the ragu, but also the white sauce. And I have a tiny bit more pasta dough left, so I'm just going to roll it out again and try to create my last layer of pasta. Well, I haven't quite succeeded. I should have probably used 400 grams of flour, but I just go with what I have. So this is my last layer. But don't forget that pasta is going to expand as it cooks. So you can see I've been missing the outer layers. And I'll just add some more ragu and some white sauce. Okay, this actually looks quite nice. Okay, I'm going to bake this for about 20 minutes. Alright, so I've been baking my lasagna for about 20 minutes ish. Let's see the result. Whoa! Looks amazing. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. At this point, I'm going to add some more cheese. And if you remember, I said I don't really add too much cheese to my lasagna, and I stand by it. I don't think it needs too much cheese. I think too much cheese makes it too heavy. But I will add some cheese to the top, and I'm going to add some parmesan when I'm going to serve it. So I just add a tiny bit more cheese. Put it back to bake slightly longer. Let's see how we're doing. Obviously, doing this makes not much sense as I've been using fresh pasta, so I won't find any raw pasta when I put my knife through. but still, it's just a habit. Oh yes. So as you remember, everything was made from scratch. Pasta, ragu. So it's a bit too early to slice it up. Normally I would leave it to rest, just I do with everything else, for at least half an hour, but I'm too curious. So as you know, I've used raw pasta. I haven't cooked it. Obviously with the baking process you cook the pasta, so I don't have nothing to worry about. What was different when you use fresh pasta compared to pasta that you buy in the supermarket is that the dish is going to be lighter. It's not going to hold as well as it does with dried pasta. And also, I'm not saying that fresh pasta is better than dried pasta. I think each to its own. But to be honest, to make a lasagna in about 2 hours from scratch, this result is quite good, and I'm pretty sure that even an Italian would be happy with this. They wouldn't say this is authentic, and it is not, but they would be happy with it, I think, at least if they are hungry. So next step is to plate up, and I'm going to try to do my best to keep the lasagna in good shape. See if I can manage. Again, if I would leave this to rest, then it would be much easier to plate up, but even like this, because I've done many layers, my lasagna is holding up and it looks yummy. At this point I'm just going to add some Parmigiano. Okay guys, I think this looks quite nice again. I used to work in Italian restaurants. In Italian restaurants we never used to use fresh pasta to make lasagna. This is something I have been experimenting in at my current job when I was head chef, and I was quite happy with the results. Something that you can do to make this fancy is to peel the lasagna, leave it to rest for about a day, then slice it up and then grill it, and that makes it even better. But to be honest, for an experiment, this is the first time I've done ragu in the pressure cooker, and I've made lasagna from scratch in 2 hours. I think that's quite, it's not impressive, but it's a very good result, and I'm quite happy with what I've done. And I hope that, again, this is, you know, all these videos that I do at home cooking is all about inspiring you to cook at home more. Cooking can be time consuming, and sometimes it's easier to order takeaway and do that if you don't have the time. But if you have a tiny bit of time, then do put the effort in and try to make homemade food, because it's worth it, because the flavors and the quality is going to be always better, at least in my opinion, than some takeaway or supermarket options. So guys, I really hope you enjoyed this video. and I should see you on the next one. Okay guys, so today I'm going to prepare a charred pepper and red lentil soup. I'm not trying to burn the peppers, I just want to char them slightly for more flavor. I'm also going to use some ginger, which I've already peeled. It's about 30 grams. I'm just going to chop it up. I'm going to blend the soup, and it doesn't really matter if I chop everything very fine or not. I will have some tomatoes that I won't blend, so the soup's gonna have a bit more texture to it. And the reason I'm sharing this very simple soup recipe with you is that I want to inspire more people to cook at home. So if you are not confident at cooking, I just want to show you that it's very simple. You don't have to be afraid. You know, you can make mistakes, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, so I've got a few ingredients. I've got my 2 peppers. This is 1 medium onion. I've got a few cherry tomatoes, bunch of coriander. I've got my ginger. I have my lovely spring onion. And then I'm going to add some garlic, not too much this time. Maybe 3 cloves of garlic. So I don't need my usual microwave trick to peel them. Then I'm going to do seasoning is going to be bay leaves. I've got some Turkish chili peppers. I've got some cumin seeds which I'm going to grind up. That's quite a lot. I won't need that much. And then I'm just going to season everything with a bit of salt. And I've got a chicken stock this time, but that can be replaced with vegetarian if you like. To start the soup, I'm going to add some oil, olive oil in this case. So my onions have a bit of char, not much, but it's enough to give some extra flavor. And my peppers are getting there as well. Okay, so I've very roughly chopped my ginger. As I said, this is going to be blended. I don't need this knife, thank you. Yeah, I don't have to chop the onions very fine because I'm going to blend it again. That's fine. And don't worry about the black bits, that's all flavor. And it's not that burnt that is going to give you cancer or anything. Obviously don't eat burnt food, that's not good for you. But a bit of char is flavor. Okay, so I'm going to add my onion and my ginger. I can turn on the induction. I sound like a robot. Okay, I'm going in on a high heat to start with. And I'm going to add my tomatoes soon as well. And again, I'm aiming for a quick soup for my wife for tomorrow. At least that's what I'm aiming to achieve. So I'll get my water to be boiled in the kettle, so I don't waste much time. Mind you, the induction is very quick, but still, this odd, lovely smells. Okay. Now these peppers I'm quite happy with already, so I can turn off the gas and just let the peppers cool down a bit. Okay, so my garlic is peeled as well. Lovely job. I can lower the heat slightly. I'm going to add my garlic. Again, don't worry too much about it. And I'm going to add my tomatoes. And I'm going to add some cumin seeds. 2 pinches. Oh my god, smells amazing already. And I'm going to add just 1 bay leaf. 1 is plenty. I can put this somewhere else. And I'm going to add pepper flakes from Turkey. I didn't measure it, but you can see how much I add. And this can be replaced with chili if you like it hot, or paprika, anything really that you like. There are no rules in cooking, really. Well, there are rules, but yeah. I've got some lovely Hungarian paprika. This is spicy, so I won't add too much because my wife is not a chili head like I am. Just a tiny bit. Now at this point, I'm happy with that. I'm going to add my water, which is already hot. This speeds up the process. Okay, I'll let this cook for a while. That's fine. What's next? Let's measure a bit of red lentils. These red lentils I bought before the first lockdown, and I still have them, so I have to use them. There's nothing wrong with them. If you want a nice shiny soup, then it helps if you soak your lentils for a little while. So that's what I will do as well. Again, I'm trying to do a quick soup, so probably longer soaking would make a slight difference, but I don't really care about that. Okay, let's get the peppers. Now you see all these black bits. I'm not going to get rid of all these black bits because this is also flavor. I'm not gonna use all of this burnt skin, but I'll leave a bit. Oh, it smells amazing. And again, don't worry too much about chopping it because I'm going to blend it. I'm not going to use the seeds. Okay, just very slightly chop it up. And I'm going to add my peppers as well at this point. Lovely job. Let's clean up. Have a bit of beer. Wow, it's been been a very long day for me. I started at 6 a.m. I always start at 6 a.m. though. And we were very short of stuff as well, because some of my stuff is on holiday, which they well deserve. But that means that I have to work extra hard. Not just me, the rest of us have to work extra hard. Unfortunately, but that's just the way it is. And sometimes you can get help, sometimes you can't. Just have to get along with it. Just have to soldier on. It's alright. Okay, just add a bit more water. This soup is going to be quite thick. Okay, so this has been soaked for literally 3-4 minutes. But you can already see that it looks more than it was. Wash it through. Okay, I'm going to add my lentils as well. So as I said, this is a very quick soup, and I think it's worth spending a bit of time rather than buying something from the shop. Well, if you have a tiny bit of time, it's worth spending it. I'm going to add some pepper. I'm going to add one stock cube, or jelly in this case, and then I'm going to add some more salt to taste. I'm going to add the coriander a bit later. And what else should I add? I think nothing for now. Let it just boil. I'll put the lid back, and then what I suggest to do with this soup is to make some lovely cheese on toast with it. For that I have this lovely Italian bread, and I'm going to make some cheese on toast just for demonstration. I've got my oven going already, so it's hot. Get your lovely bread. It's very simple. It's cheese on toast, but it makes a huge difference when you plate up. I'm going to add a tiny bit of olive oil and a bit of garlic. Oh, a bit of the skin remains. It's alright. Just add a bit of garlic bread. Just chuck it in the oven to toast it up. And what I'm going to do is to do the same to the cherry tomatoes as well. So heat on, tomatoes on, and spring onion, same treatment. Just let's get rid of the skin, not like in the last cooking video. Alright, I'm just going to cut it in half and put it on here. And I don't actually need a high heat because I don't want to burn it completely. Okay, soup has been boiling for a while. smells amazing. And I'm going to add a whole bunch of coriander to this. I'll sort this out later. Just hide it for now. Cheers, everybody. Nice. Okay, I can lower the heat. And for the cheese on toast, I'm just going to use some lovely red Leicester. But you can use any cheese that you have. Now that's quite a lot of coriander, obviously, for a little amount of soup, but trust me, it works. And at this point I'm going to add the coriander. Okay, how is my toast doing? Toast is being toasted. Let's do a quick taste test. It will need salt, for sure. I'm not going to use the smoked salt at this time. Just use normal salt. And I think I'm ready to blend it already. So as I said, very quick. I just want to show you, if you don't know how to cook, don't be afraid of cooking. Okay, tomatoes are ready. I'm gonna turn it off. Let's grab my soup. And I'll just blend it. Of course, I should have taken out the bay leaf, but I'm tired. It's alright. Nothing happens. I'm just going to blend the whole thing. You're not gonna notice the bay leaf. With that, I'll just put it back to finish the soup. For better color, you can also add some turmeric, which I don't think I have. Okay. At this point, I'm going to take out my toast. Oh yes, my toast is done. So, toast is done nicely. Let's put some cheese on it. Wow, nice. This is actually the second time I filmed this video. I've filmed it about a month ago and I didn't check at work and I've deleted it, and I wasn't devastated, and Mrs. T loves this soup, so I thought to myself, I can do it again, not an issue. Okay, let's try the soup. Tastes nice, nice. Tiny bit more salt. So guys, it took me about 20 minutes, half an hour, something like that, to make this soup. And all I wanted to demonstrate, it's very easy to make a homemade soup. If you don't know how to cook, don't be afraid. Just if you make mistakes, make your mistakes, you learn from your mistakes, you know, and you get a much better product than if you go to the shop and buy something with full of additives. You can see I've only used a few ingredients. If you know how to use your ingredients, then you can get very nice flavors out of basic ingredients, and you can make a extremely nice soup or whatever you make, and it's worth half an hour of your time, I think, definitely. Okay, so I've just finished the soup now. I haven't used any thickener, because the lentils are basically the thickening agent. I just let this boil until the cheese on toast gets ready, which is almost done. I'm just going to chop up one of the spring onions for decoration and a bit of extra texture. And let's use a bit of cherry tomatoes as well for decoration purposes. Final taste test. Nice. I'm happy with that. So turn this off, turn the oven off, and I'm going to plate up a portion just for you to see how lovely it is going to look if you prepare it. If you are handling anything hot, always grab the dish from both sides. Make sure that your towel is dry, because if it's wet, then the heat is going to come through and you're going to burn yourself. Okay, so nice little lovely dish. Okay, nice portion of soup. I can put this back here. My cheese on toast is done. I'll take it out. Yeah, buddy. I mean, look at that. Amazing. At this point we can add a bit of decoration. You don't have to, but it's nice. A bit more texture as well. And a few cherry tomatoes. Again, you know, it adds a bit of texture, and then when you eat the soup, it's not just not too plain. You can add a tiny bit more olive oil. You can add a bit more chili flakes or whatever you have at home. And then one of the most important thing, cheese on toast, looks lovely. Soup, looks nice. How about this for lunch? Takes you half an hour tops, and you get a beautiful soup with a nice cheese on toast, or even for dinner, lightweight. Yeah, I think it's definitely worth to spend a tiny bit of time and create something from scratch, even though I've used like a chicken stock. I think it's just worth doing it. Let me take a nice picture of this. And with the lovely cheese on toast. Can't really go wrong with that. Okay guys, I hope you enjoyed this episode, and let me know if you want me to do more quick episodes like this, where I teach you how to make basic things. This is very basic, but it's definitely worth doing. So thank you for watching, and see you in the next video. Cheers guys. Alright guys, today I'm going to prepare a chicken chowder. It's going to be chicken with potatoes, mushrooms, leek, celery, a bit of chili, parsley, onions and tarragon, and I'm going to add some sweet corn as well. Now this is the chicken I just used yesterday, and today I'm going to use the rest. So what I'm going to do is, obviously I'm going to cook the bones as well as the legs. So take off the legs. Alright guys, so first of all I'm going to pan fry the carcass to get the most flavor out of it, and to do that I'm going to use some smoked pork fat. If you don't have this, just use oil or olive oil, it will do, but this is a ton of flavor. So again, this is smoked pork fat, belly fat, which I've got in the Hungarian shop. It's not easy to find, probably, if you don't have an Eastern European shop around you, but if you have, give it a go. So I'm just going to, or you can use pancetta as well. I'm just going to cube it up and fry off this first on a low heat, so I can get all the fat rendered. So that's gonna be the base. Just going to cut the mushrooms first, nice little pieces. Okay, that's the mushrooms done. So it's actually quite a few things I'm doing here. Again, first I'm just going to render the fat, then I'm going to pan fry the carcass, then I'm going to fry the mushrooms for maximum flavor, put them on the side. Then I'm going to use about let's say 3 small potatoes to create the base for the soup, and I'm going to blend it, so that's going to make the soup thicker without using flour. Okay guys, so the fat has been pretty much rendered out. I could leave it a bit longer, but I'm happy with the amount of fat that I have in the pan. So I'm going to move this for now. And if you eat pork, I highly recommend to try this. But if you don't, just use any oil of your choice. Okay, so I have the oil rendered. Now I'm just gonna cook off, or fry off if you like, the carcass. For that I'm going to increase the heat. Okay, while this is frying, I'm going to dice the chicken legs. That's pretty much done. Excellent. Now for next, I'm going to brown off the meat as well. And this is all just to build up ridiculous amounts of flavor. I'm just going to remove the meat, and next I'm going to fry off the mushrooms. And this is a good way of getting, as I said, ridiculous amounts of flavor out of your ingredients. If you have the time to do it, I highly recommend to do so. Okay, so next, mushrooms are going in. Just increase the heat again. All right. Okay guys, mushrooms are done. I'm just going to remove them. Now next, the onions are going in. And I'm going to add 2 of the potatoes, so carcass goes back, and the rest of the bones. I'm just going to add some water and cook this down. That's it. I'm going to cook this for about half an hour now, and then I'm going to add the rest of the ingredients. Okay guys, while this is cooking, I'm just going to chop the rest of the ingredients. So I've got another 3 small potatoes. I'm just going to dice everything. Alright guys, so this has been cooking for about half an hour. So the meat is cooked. I'm just going to remove all this, and I'm going to blend the base, and that's it. Let's see if the potato is actually cooked. Well, it should be. Oh yeah. Okay, so the base is done. Excellent. I'm going to blend it. Okay, at this point I'm going to add the garlic as well, just as is. Save yourself time. Alright, now at this point we are going to make things even better, because we're gonna add some Happy Chef. So as you know, Happy Chef is my preferred universal seasoning with a bit of MSG in it. Just to, of course, if I can open it, that's more like it. I'm not gonna go crazy. Again, these things are good if you use it in moderation. That's it. You don't need too much of it. If you use too much, it's going to overpower all the original flavors. Now I'm also going to use a chicken stock jelly, because I haven't used any carrots or anything like that, so this is going to help with the flavor. And of course, if you're thinking why all this work, because your soup is going to be lighter at the end. We haven't used any flour at all, so it's going to be gluten-free and less heavy on the old stomach. So at this point I'm going to introduce the rest of the vegetables. So the diced potatoes, leeks and celery goes in. So does the mushrooms, and of course what we started with, the pork fat. Then we have some sweet corn, and I'm running out of space, as I always do. One of my biggest weakness. That's okay. So that's the base done. What I will do, I'm not going to put the lid on. I'm just going to reduce this as I cook it, so then I have space for the meat, and then we are pretty much done. I'm going to add some double cream to this as well, so it's going to be a nice and rich chowder. Also going to add the parsley at this point, but I will not add the tarragon. Tarragon is one of those herbs, is better to be added at the end, otherwise you're gonna lose the flavor of it. Alright guys, so I have to realize that this is not going to reduce as much as I wanted to, so I'm going to have to transfer this in a bigger pan. And I keep doing this all the time, at work, at home, always. I don't know why, but it's no big deal. I'm just going to transfer this into a bigger saucepan, Unfortunately, this one is not compatible with induction, so I'm gonna have to finish it on the gas. No issues, I've got both. Also, I just found some pogacha in my freezer. Now, I'm pretty sure I've done this before on the channel. If not, I might show you how to do it. It's probably the closest things to British scones or American biscuits. It's going to go really well with the soup. Wow, I love this. But of course it's easy life, it's frozen, it's already done. All you have to do is just chuck it in the oven and bake it off. So I'll show you the result. And I'm just going to transfer all this soup, which is going to be awesome, in this saucepan. Okay guys, so as I said, I just transferred this soup in a bigger pan, and I'm just going to add the meat. Lovely. And from this point, this is going to take about 20 minutes or so to be finished. I'm just going to take off all the meat from the carcass and add it to the soup as well. Alright guys, I've also found some peas in my freezer, so I'm just going to add some. So this is going to be a very nice chowder. And of course, I'm just going to add a bit of black pepper as well. Okay guys, so the soup is almost done. I'm going to finish it with some double cream. And of course tarragon. Now tarragon, I'm only going to use the leaves. But again, tarragon is one of those delicate herbs that you don't want to overcook, otherwise they're just gonna lose the flavor and the intensity. And you don't have to go crazy with it either. It's got a very nice aniseedy flavor, but it's completely different from star anise. And of course we have some chilies. Also makes a bit of chili. Pogacha is done. Lovely. Also the soup, or the chowder if you like, is pretty much done as well. So it's time to plate up. Oh, amazing. Alright guys, I'm just going to finish the soup with a bit of extra black pepper. And a bit of sour cream. Alright guys, so I really hope that you have enjoyed this episode and this simple recipe. Okay, there was a bit of extra work with it because we have fried off the carcass and the separate ingredients, and that took time, but trust me, it's worth it. You are developing flavor, and you could skip all those steps, and you will still have a nice chowder or soup if you like. But if you're going to copy the method I've just done, you're gonna see why I've done it. So extremely rich and tasty chowder. Again, I really hope you enjoyed the video, and I hope that you are going to try to replicate this. Let me know in the comments if you want to see how I make these, but these, as I said, I bought in frozen, perfect for today, but I can show you how to make them as well. So guys, see you on the next video. Thanks for watching. Alright everyone, in today's episode I'm going to do something different again. I'm going to prepare Sauerbraten, but it's actually not going to be Sauerbraten, because in the original German dish you have to marinate the beef. So you have a nice lean joint of beef which you marinate for 3 to 6 days in red wine vinegar and wine, and then you make a sauce with vegetables and you would serve it with potato dumplings. But in my version I'm going to try something completely new for me. I'm going to try to replace the beef joint with sirloin steak. So I'm not going to marinate the steak for too long, just about half an hour. I've got two beautiful thick sirloin steaks, and let's hope for the best. Who knows, maybe it's not going to work, maybe it's going to work. I think it's going to work. I tried to get all the ingredients that would be traditional. However, I'm not able to buy ginger biscuit or proper bread to thicken up the sauce. I've got alternative things, and who knows, it's going to work. I think it's going to work. So anyway, so I'm going to start with marinating the steaks, for which I'm going to use red wine. Don't need too much, this much, and red wine vinegar. And the beef supposed to be sour, so obviously that's why it's called Sauer. I remember to try this dish when I was an exchange student in about 30 years ago in München, and I didn't like it back then, but I was only 12, so my palate wasn't ready for it. Okay, that's my steak marinating. First step is done. The second step is going to be to start to do the potato dumplings, for which I have 4 medium-sized potatoes. These I'm going to bake off. And that's gonna take about half an hour, and then I can start to do my sauce as well. And also I'm going to serve this dish with red cabbage, so we have some kraut as well. For the sauce, quite straightforward. I'll just chop everything up. So I'm using carrots, leeks, onions, sweet onions, I'm also using garlic, which I don't think is traditional, celery, and let's start with this. And I'm just using some olive oil to start it, for a change. Got a nice Spaten beer from München as well. Cheers everyone. Okay, so this is ready for the veg. Just lost the carrot. And this dish was requested by one of my viewers, and I thought to myself, okay, let's try it, but obviously I'm going to have a twist, because what's the point for me to replicate the same dish again? There are many recipes I found doing the original version. Seasoning, I'm going to use bay leaf, juniper berries, cloves. I'm going to add some parsley as well. I will definitely use some beef stock, because obviously in the original dish you would cook the beef in the stock for about 3 hours, which I'm going to miss. So I need to replace the flavor. Okay. I'm just going to brown off the vegetables to get the most flavor. And this might be way too much garlic. Actually, I just use one. for now. And seasoning, juniper berries, don't need too much. Juniper berries are very pungent. Just use 5. Cloves, again, not too much. 1 bay leaf and some thyme will go in. Smells amazing already, as always. Okay, I'm going to add the stock and I'm going to reduce it completely. And by doing this, as I said, I'm not going to miss out on the flavor that would have gone into the sauce using a whole joint. This can reduce. I can start to do the cabbage. So meanwhile, I'm going to start to work on the red cabbage garnish, for which I'm chopping some onion for the base. And I'm going to add the second clove of garlic to the cabbage as well. Okay. Add some oil. Do I need a whole cabbage? Probably not. I'll just use half of the cabbage. Okay, for the cabbage, I'm just going to slice it. That's it, real simple stuff. Okay, cabbage is done. Nice. Just cook off the onions first. Okay, the onions are done. You can transfer the cabbage. And chop the garlic. Now there are many ways to chop a garlic, or sometimes I don't even chop it, just do like this. So chop the garlic, simples, and just paste it slightly. That's it. And quickly clean my chopping board. Sauce is getting reduced nicely. I'm just going to season the cabbage with salt and pepper. That's about it. And don't forget about the parsley. I'm going to use half of the parsley for the sauce. Should I? Yeah, actually no. I'm going to use 1/3 of the parsley for the sauce, 1/3 of the parsley for the cabbage, and the remaining 1/3 I'm going to mix in with the dumplings. Okay, I'm done with the chopping board. We'll tidy up in a minute. Let's focus on the cabbage and the sauce. Get ready for the steaks. So that's quite enough time to marinate the steaks. Alright, I'm going to add the remaining sauce, well, most of it to the base and a tiny bit of it to the cabbage. And bring it to the boil. Let's see what it tastes like. Yeah, nice and vinegary. Yeah, I understand why people add raisins to this to balance the sourness with the sweet, which is why we have the ginger cookies. And of course, if you cook off the red cabbage, that's going to be sweet as well, so it's going to balance the flavor. Yeah, I get it. I will add some... should I? Maybe it's too much. I'm going to add a bit more beef flavor to this, using beef stock. Just going with half for now. Oh yeah, the whole thing. I know it. Obviously I was missing out the beef flavor. Add a bit more water to the cabbage. It does need more salt. Cabbage needs more seasoning. Use some of the salt and pepper seasoning. And I'm not going to season the beef. So the steaks, the seasoning for the steaks is the marinade, and it actually penetrated the beef quite well. It's quite amazing. Going to make sure that this is dry. So the steaks are quite dry. Nice. Make sure that I get all the flavor out. Okay, I'm going to use the same pan. Let's make sure that I get all the liquid out of this. This can go back here. Okay, so that's step one with the sauce is done. What I'm going to do, as I said, is once I'm ready with the steak, I'm just going to reheat this and sear the steaks, leave the steaks in here so they get cooked nicely. And once I'm done with that step, I'm going to take out the steaks and add some double cream to the sauce. And then the sauce is going to be finished with probably some of the cookies. Going to transfer it into a bowl. And I use the same pan to do the steaks. Okay, just going to put some cling film over the cabbage because so now it's 1:30. Everything depends on the potato dumplings now. That is going to take the longest to make. So for now, just wait for the potatoes to be ready. Once the potatoes are ready, then I'm going to sear off the steaks, and then we go from there. Alright guys, so potatoes are done. They are cooked nicely. Quite dry actually. I did purposely overcook the potatoes so that there is very little water left inside. I'm going to start to do the steak. I'm reheating the sauce. I will bring it to the boil, then turn it off. Obviously I'm using cast iron, so that's going to keep the temperature well. I am only going to sear the steaks just to give it some nice color, and straight away is going to go in the pan. Meanwhile, I'm going to do the potato dumplings. Okay, just getting all the flesh out from the potatoes. Okay. And just spread it out so it cools down quick, so I can add my egg and my parsley. I'm just going to add some salt to the dumpling mix. And as I said, just spread it out so it's going to cool down faster. So the potatoes are cooling down, so I can add one egg. And mix it up. And I'm not adding anything else. I'm not adding any starch or anything else. This is my mix, and this is what I'm going to work with. Perfect. Okay, this is done. I can get on with the steak. Now I think the steak, yeah, this is near to boiling point, so I can turn it off. The steak is going to smoke quite a lot, so I'm going to turn on the extraction. And I'm just adding some olive oil to the steak, but not to the pan. And also going to start with rendering the fat. Okay. So what I'm trying to achieve is to sear the steaks. That's it. Okay. So as you can see, you can turn this one off, doesn't help anyway. The steaks are only just seared. They are not cooked at all. And I just leave them in the sauce. That's it. So everything is turned off. This is going to cook the steak fully. I'm done with this pan, and I can get on with the potato dumplings. So I've got my boiling water. I'm just going to add some salt to it. And this is ready for the dumplings. Okay, so my water is boiling. Happy days. I can get on with the dumplings. Just going to turn the steak. Let's just get some water. Okay, I've got a tiny one. I'm going to test the water with this one. Coño. This didn't work, obviously. Okay, plan B. I need a plan B. My original plan didn't work. Unfortunately, I will have to go with plan B. So potato dumplings will be deep fried. So the potato dumplings I'm going to turn into croquettes. For frying the what's supposed to be dumplings, now going to be croquettes, I'm going to use the beef tallow, which is my preference. I guess I didn't add any flour or corn flour to the mix, so it didn't work. But this happens. That's quite fine. It's quite alright. Okay, just one egg. Done. Okay, deal with this later. So let's check anyway. Perhaps if I turn the probe on. Yeah, that's it. This is there. So I can add the dumplings, or in my case, croquettes. And it's time to check on the steaks. Let's see where we are. Nice! We are at rare at the moment, which is nice to see. I might increase the temperature slightly to get to medium rare, which is my preference. Finish these dumplings slash croquettes and plate up. Just need to reheat my red cabbage, which I'm going to use Chef Mike for. Perfect for this purpose. Thank you, Chef Mike, for your contribution. I have to press start. Let's see where we are at. Almost there. Okay, so I'm ready for the dumplings to take out. Okay, so the oil is still hot, and I think what I'm going to do is, yes, definitely, I'll take the steaks out. So the steaks are done. Let's see where we are at. Yeah, so not quite there, but what I'm thinking to do is to finish the steaks in the hot oil, just to sear them up again. My sauce is, let's just move this for a while. Hot oil. How is my sauce doing? Ooh, smells amazing. Wow. Not too vinegary either anymore. Definitely needs something to thicken it up. So I'm just going to add some double cream. I'm going to try to add some of the cookies. See what happens. Going with 2 to thicken the sauce. This is interesting, to say the least. Let's see if I can get any more of this. Yes. Nice. And make sure that the steaks are dry. This is a very interesting experiment, to say the least. Okay. Okay, I'll just finish the sauce. I have to get the cookies. Nice. Interesting how the sweetness from the cookies comes out. Oh wow, that is so nice. I can use one more. Okay, how are we doing? You really need the sweetness from the biscuits to balance the sourness of the vinegar. Gets better and better. Wow. I think this is going to be the last one. Yeah. So the sauce is done. Yeah. So just to finish the steaks, okay, I'm done with this. Okay guys, so this is Sauerbraten my way. Obviously if you want to see a traditional recipe, don't come to my channel, because I like to experiment and I like to do things my way. So we just have some red cabbage, that's it. Couple of dumplings slash croquettes, and let's see the steak. I'm curious. Is it going to be awesome or is it going to be a disaster? Ah, nice. Yeah, buddy. Wow. I was aiming for medium rare, but this is actually rare, which I'm happy with. Okay guys, look at that. this is Sauerbraten my way. What do you think? Guys, I hope you enjoyed this video. I hope you don't get too upset that I've done Sauerbraten in a completely different way. Going to sit down and taste this now. And I hope you enjoyed the video. And I shall see you in the next one. If you have any suggestions what I should do next, let me know. And let's see what happens. Guys, thank you for watching. And see you on the next one. Alright you guys, so today I have something different for you. I'm going to prepare a chicken dish. I'm combining Hungarian cuisine with Indian cuisine. The basic idea is that we have a very simple potato dish in Hungary, which is grated potatoes mixed with flour and egg. You mix everything up with some salt and pepper, some garlic and all that, and you basically fry it in oil like you would make a hash brown or a what's the other one called, rosti. Now this elevated into, some people thought that hey, why not chuck some chicken breast in it, so then you get the same mixture, so potato, flour, egg, onions, garlic, herbs, seasoning, and that's the coating of your chicken. So imagine as you make southern fried chicken, instead of the flour and the buttermilk, you use a mixture of potatoes, so you get a potato coating, and then you deep fry the chicken. It's delicious. However, today I thought to myself, hey, why not make a bhaji coated chicken? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to prepare onion bhaji, and I'm going to coat chicken breast with onion bhaji, and then I'm going to deep fry it, and I'm going to serve it with some salad, and that's gonna be our dinner. So ingredients, I have to measure at some point, or if you follow the video then you can see how much I used. But I'll try to measure everything, because I don't, the problem is with measuring for me is that I don't actually measure things when I cook. I just eyeball everything, because I've been a chef for almost 30 years now, so you know, I don't measure, I go for consistency. Anyway, so but to help you, I'm going to try to leave measurements in the description. What I'm going to do for the bhaji, so onion bhaji, I'm going to use 3 different kind of onions, just normal white onions, red onions and shallots. Then I'm going to add garlic, potato and pepper. I'm going to add a curry spice which I've never used before. I just found this in my local supermarket, which is a chicken tikka masala spice mix. Again, I've never used this. I'll give it a go. What can go wrong? Then I'm going to add gram flour, egg and a bit of baking powder to make it more puffy, and also jeera, or if you like, cumin seed. So that's gonna be the bhaji. I'm going to make some raita, which is yogurt, cucumber and mint. And again, correct me if I'm wrong, you know, there's probably a more authentic way of making raita. And then for the salad, I'm going to use tomatoes, these lovely spring onions, red spring onions, chili, this goes here, and rocket. So here we go. First thing to do, I'm going to make the bhaji mix, and let's say timing wise, so it's 7:30-ish. I've already spent about 10-15 minutes to prepare the ingredients. So I've peeled the potato, washed everything, you know, so keep in mind it takes about, well, depends on how fast you work, but good 10 minutes just to prepare everything, wash everything. That's not included in the video because it would be boring to watch. All right, And this needs to be washed again. And in case if you wonder why I don't cut things like this out, is I want these videos to be as realistic as possible. Anyway, so I'm going to start with the bhaji. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to slice the onions and everything else. I'm not going to slice them too thin or too thick. As you can see, this is the thickness, is about 2 to 3 millimeters. And if you ask yourself why is he using 3 different kind of onions, because why not? Just going to be more colorful. Shallots go in. I'm going to add the potatoes at some point. First of all, I'm going to transfer these onions so I've got more space. Alright. Potatoes, I'm going to slice. See what I've done? Sliced off tiny bit, then it's not going to move. Easier to slice. I'm going to julienne the potatoes. Oh, these onions are strong. Alright. So I'm just going to julienne these. And again, the reason for me to do these videos is because I would like to inspire people to cook more. A lot of people are afraid of cooking, they are not confident enough. I think you just have to experiment, you know. The more you practice, the more confident you get, the more you understand your ingredients, the more confident you get. Yeah. Okay, so potatoes are done. I'm going to do the same with the peppers. Usual practice. See, that's only the bits that I throw away. Just slice everything up. I'm trying to keep everything the same thickness, same consistency. And by the way, this is the first time I'm doing this, so I've never tried this recipe, I've never cooked it. I've only done the Hungarian way, and that would be only made with potatoes. No peppers, no onions. Oh, slight, okay, small amount of onions, but in a different way. I'm going to add my garlic as well. Just puree it. It's not super fine, but it's going to be alright for this dish. Ginger. Now the ginger I'm going to try to slice very thin. Oh, thin. That's quite a bit of ginger. I tend to use more than I need, and that's something I had to learn cooking curries that less is more. Sometimes you add too much spices and everything gets just over seasoned. Yeah, I think I'm going to add half of this ginger for now. I'll try the bhaji before I coat the chicken for flavor, and then I can decide if I need any more. Yeah, so I'll go in with half, and I'm going to keep the other half for later. Alright, so quick rinse. Now, next step is seasoning. Now, as I said, I haven't tried this seasoning before. Let's see, the ingredients are tomato powder, oh, cashew nuts, nice, onions, salt, sugar, chili, garlic, cornstarch, that will help to make it crispier, coriander, ginger, fenugreek, cumin, green cardamom, what's that? Cassia, black pepper, bay leaf, nutmeg, oh, coriander, clove, caraway as well, nice, mace and turmeric. Let's see. Just this much for now. You can always add more, but can't take it out. Okay. That smells nice already, man. Wow. Jeera. Quite fond of cumin seeds, but I won't go crazy with it. So I'm just gonna mix all this up. Yes, for now. And at this point I'm not actually sure if this is going to work, but I'll make it work anyway. This might be too coarse for a coating. I don't know, we'll see. There is no pressure. Okay, now because there is some salt in the seasoning, the seasoning has salt in it, all the onions and everything else is going to release some water. That's where the gram flour is going to come in. I'm going to add gram flour to it, a tiny bit of baking powder, not too much, really just a tiny bit, and that's that. Next step, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make chicken breast strips. And I'm going to cut them quite thin so they will cook fast. And not gonna go crazy, it's only two of us, so I just use a few. Should I do 3 chicken breasts because it's Friday and I'm going to have a few beers and then I'll get peckish. Now, what I'm gonna try is to add some coconut milk powder. So the reason I'm adding this is I want the chicken, or more likely I want the bhaji mix to stick on the chicken. So by adding the coconut milk powder, that's what I'm trying to achieve instead of flour. I've never actually tried it. This is the first for me as well. We'll see if it works or not. Seasoning, I'm not going to go crazy because the bhaji mix already has seasoning in it. I'm only adding salt, that's it. And I don't actually need this chopping board anymore. So this can be washed. Alright, the next step is going to be, once I get rid of the jeera, to add some gram flour. Now this is a ridiculous amount of gram flour, but I couldn't find any smaller, so I have to buy 2 kilos. It's fine, I just take it to work and use it up there. I'm going to add 1, 2, I would say 3, yeah, 4 tablespoons. Let's see. Okay. No, I do need my paper. Me like it paper. Yeah, that's better. And I'm going to add 2 eggs to this mix. Love these eggs. Beautiful. So at this point I'm going to add a tiny bit of baking powder as well, which I don't think is traditional, but I will do it anyway. And I'm just going to mix everything up again. And as I'm mixing everything up, I'm breaking down the onion and the potatoes at the same time, slightly. Okay, I'm just going to let this rest for a while. Wash my hands. So next step is going to be oil. To heat up the oil, this oil I've used once already to fry some French fries in it, and then I just filtered it. Alright, turn on the induction, top speed for now. So chicken is done, mix is done. Next step is going to be the raita ish. Alright, what can I mix it in a bowl? Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take the seeds out with a spoon. I would normally grate the cucumber, but I don't really have a nice grater, so I'm just going to slice it. Alright, so this is my cucumber. Goes in, nice. I'm going to add some Greek yogurt. So I've added my yogurt. I'm going to add some salt and black pepper. You know what? You actually just forgot that I called it raita. It's probably not raita. It's going to be a mint and cucumber yogurt dip. Don't want to offend anyone. Okay, that should be enough. Let's add a bit more. Mint. Okay. So, black. Okay, mint. Okay, mint goes in. Just like so. Okay, next step is going to be to try the mix. See if it needs anything else. Now I have to be careful because if the oil is too hot, it's just going to burn and it's not going to cook. So just add a bit just to try. Yeah, I can probably lower the heat already. And I can start to prepare the salad, the side salad, which I need a dish for. I need to buy more dishes, I don't have enough dishes. Alright, for the salad, so I've got some lard rocket, which has already been washed. Very simple, nothing fancy. Rocket goes in. And this is not recyclable. Shocking. I've got some sweet chili cocktail beetroot. Sounds good to me. I like beetroot. And so does the missus. It's very healthy. So I'm going to add a couple of, don't go anywhere, beetroots. definitely spring onion. Big fan. Cherry tomatoes. Hoi. All right. A bit more tomatoes. Okay, one green chili. And a lot of coriander. Alright, that's gonna be a salad. I don't actually need this. I can put this away as well. It's done. I don't need to wait. Okay, so the test. Let's see. Let's see if it works. If not, I can still adjust it. It's completely fine. Now for the salad, so salad is done. It's very simple, it's just rocket, spring onion, tomato and beetroot and coriander. And for seasoning, I'm going to add some soya sauce, not much, some olive oil, Jamie Oliver's favorite. Jesus, I just watched Uncle Roger and Google roasting Jamie Oliver making steaks. Wow. Poor guy. Okay, and lemon juice. That's the salad. I think I just seen, yes, I see that. Okay, just mix everything together, hopefully. Okay, this will be the side salad. Simple. Getting messy here. Okay. Do a quick taste test. Tasty. My new Caesar. Definitely more salt. Very tasty. I use a tiny bit more of this masala. That's it. Mix everything up. Then I'm good to go. Okay, I need to change battery in the GoPro. Yes. I'm going to add the rest of the ginger as well. Okay. So the mix is done. You see the consistency. I'm finished with this chopping board as well. Quick tidy up. Okay, you can say goodbye to this. This one here. Okay, next step. I'm going to try to cover the chicken breast with the bhaji mix. Now it's not going to be perfect, it doesn't have to be. And the oil is about 160 degrees Celsius. Let's go in. And as you can see, I'm just going to cover each chicken with a bit of the bhaji mix. Actually, yeah. Is there more space? Yes, ish. Okay. Yeah, the oil was a tiny bit hot when I put the first two ones in. First two ones? The oil was a bit hot when I put the first two in, so you can see this one is already brown, but that's right. So trial and error. Alright, so I just tied it up. Wow, these look huge. I think this one is done already. Okay, let's see. Nice. Okay, perfectly cooked. So basically onion bhaji, but it has chicken in it. It's not that special, but I think it's still a nice idea. And I'm not saying it's my idea. Usually it's been done before. Very hot. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm. Nice. Very tasty. Nice. Okay. I'm just going to finish to cook all this. Okay, I'm not saying it's not time consuming, but it's definitely worth doing this, I think, in my opinion. Again, it's been a long day, it's Friday, you know, I find it very relaxing to cook, especially to experiment. I've done onion bhajis before, I've done the Hungarian version before, but I've never actually combined chicken and bhaji, and it's amazing. It's definitely worth making it. Baking powder does its job. Amazing. Crispy. One thing I find with induction is I have to get used to it, even though I use induction at work. It seems to be more difficult to maintain the right temperature than using gas. But, you know, I have to get used to it. I still love it though. I miss having a probe. I need to buy a probe. Okay guys, so I'm almost done with the last batch. It's time to plate up. So we have a nice little salad. Couple of chicken veggies. Wow. Alright. Now, definitely a bit of mango chutney on the side. And some yogurt. Wow. Now guys, I think this is not bad for a Friday dinner. Okay guys, I hope you enjoyed this video. I hope that you're gonna try to recreate this or something similar. There is definitely more home cooking coming on this channel. Let me know if you enjoy this format, or is there anything that you're missing. But definitely this is the future of this channel. I will still do work videos as always, but this is the direction I would like to take this channel. Yeah, so thanks for watching and see you on the next one. Cheers guys. Ooh.
Hola, mi niña, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estamos?
Hola, ¿qué ponemos?
Hola.
¿Algo más?
Sí, por favor.
¿Ya?
Ajá, sí. Hola. Ajo, por favor. Uno.
Hola y adiós, no sé ni cómo se llama el vecino. Amigo, Shaolin, bien despachado. ¿Esto? Ah, se te está asustando, tío. Hola, ¿qué cosa tienes?
Sí, un picón, por favor.
¿Pero que lleve allí de aquí, ¿eh? Venga, adiós. ¿Algo más?
Señor, ¿con sal o sin sal?
Con sal.
Con sal.
Mira,
Ah, right.
prueba.
Ajá.
La tengo también sin sal. Esta sin sal también. ¿Quieren un poquito?
Ya, sí, sí, sí. Con sal, por favor.
Te comento.
Ah. Ya también. Wow. ¿Cuándo? ¿Qué estás diciendo? Wow.
Sí, pero que están cortadas ya, ¿no?
Hola. Un pan de marina, por favor.
¿Cortado?
Sí. Gracias.
Gracias.
Alright guys, so today we are in Spain, we are in Malaga. We're gonna spend a few days with Mrs. T here, and the first thing I've checked was the local market, and we picked up some lovely prawns and vegetables. I've got some peppers, garlic, onion, tomato, and I've got a lemon. In the local supermarket I picked up some different flavored salts. This one is with paprika, this one is smoked, and I've got some garlic and parsley salt as well. Of course I have some saffron, and I picked up some fish stock. Alright guys, so I've cleaned all the prawns from the shells. I'll just remove the digestive system from all of them, and obviously butterfly them. Alright guys, so this was the hardest part of the job, cleaning all the prawns. Yep. Add some olive oil and fry this off. That's going to be the first step. Of course we have the onion. Lovely. Just chop it, click on it. Oil. Okay, it's going. That's fine. Okay, onions are done, and the garlic as well. Nice. Okay, that's done. Okay guys, so the shells are frying off, and I'm going to add a generous amount of saffron, maybe a little more. That's it. And I'm going to add some white wine. And fish stock. Okay, now this I'm going to reduce first before I do anything else. Okay guys, I'm just going to remove the shells at this point. They have provided all the flavor to this meal. I'm going to pass through this liquid through this tool, just to make sure that I don't have to chew on shells. Base is done. Tastes amazing. I'm going to add the onions and the garlic, and at this point I'm going to add the peppers. Okay guys, so peppers have been diced into quite chunky pieces. I'm not too worried about it. Just add it to the stock. And then we still have some tomatoes. And I'll just do the same thing to the tomato. Alright. Cook this off for a few minutes. This has been reduced now. And the next step I'm going to do is to blend it with this hand blender. Alright. Okay, so soup base is nice and smooth. At this point we are going to add the prawns. And just steam them. Beautiful. Steams in no time. Okay guys, so prawns have steamed and it literally took a few minutes. The base is definitely done. Although, hold on, I guess this is on peppers. Also add some acidity. Today's dinner is ready. This is beautiful, rich seafood. And we add a few of these. That's it. Alright guys, so I hope you enjoyed this video from Malaga, and I hope you enjoyed the content, and I shall see you on the next one, probably from Malaga, hopefully. See you soon. Thanks for watching. Alright guys, we are back in MrT's kitchen. Holiday is over, unfortunately. So today I'm going to prepare a retro Hungarian burger. I guess you can call it a burger. So this was a very popular sandwich when I was growing up in Hungary. Basically it's a pork patty in a not brioche bun, just a basic sesame bun, and I'm going to add some fresh pickled red onions and kimchi, which is not traditional, but we would normally have this sandwich with pickled vegetables. I'm also going to fry some potatoes and have some red cabbage and red onion in the sandwich. I'm also going to use this piros arany, which you can find on Amazon. It's basically a pepper paste, great for seasoning. And I'm also going to make some boiled egg mayo, which I've seen everywhere. It's a popular thing. I've never tried it before, so I'm gonna give it a go because I don't have any mayo, and this sandwich could definitely use some mayo in it. So to begin with, I have some 20% fat pork mince. And for this sandwich you want to use pork. You don't want to try this with beef or chicken, it just wouldn't be the same. Now to this, if I would have some stale bread, I would have stale bread soaked in milk to add to this, but I don't have any stale bread, so I'm just going to use some breadcrumbs, quite a bit. And seasoning is very simple today. It's just salt. Again, I'm using smoked sea salt. Then we have marjoram, as you know, one of my favorite. And ground caraway seeds. very classic Hungarian seasoning. Paprika. This is sweet paprika, not spicy. I'm quite generous with the paprika. And I'm also going to add black pepper. And some Happy Chef. Now this is general seasoning. It does have some MSG in it, which does actually elevate the flavors. I'm not gonna use too much of this, just tiny bit. I've already added salt. That's about it. Again, for me, if you use MSG, if you use it in moderation, it's perfectly fine for me. And also a bit of chili flakes. And I almost forgot, I'm going to add 1 onion to this, but I'm going to fry it off, and also some garlic. Should have started with this one really, but that's fine. I'm just going to finely chop the onion and then quickly pan fry it. I guess you could add it raw as well, but it's just not the same. Yes, so definitely retro sandwich. We did have burgers as well, obviously in the 80s when I was growing up, but it wasn't common. Even a lot of places used to make burgers from pork rather than beef. Just pork was more available than beef. And this is one of those easy meals turned into a sandwich. So I just fry the onions off, and I'm also going to add 1 egg to this mixture, and also a bit of milk. Again, if I would have stale bread, I would soak the bread in milk. And don't get confused, I don't drink milk, and neither does my wife. She prefers oat milk, so that's what I'm gonna use. Is no real importance to it. Just going to hydrate the breadcrumbs, that's all. Not adding too much either. Just going to chop the garlic as well. That's it. Just going to cool down the eggs quickly and try to do the viral mayo hack, if you like. Now this company, the word vadász, it means hunter in Hungarian, so I'm not actually sure if this company has anything to do with Hungary, or maybe Hungarian people making this fermented stuff in the UK. Is definitely made in the UK. I'm sure it's just a family name for that. Okay, onions are being cooked just enough. Just going to cool it down very quick, so it's not completely raw when it goes into the pork. And I can turn that one off, it's fine. Okay, just gonna cool it down ever so slightly. Okay, onions have cooled down just enough. Just going to mix everything together. Guess I can keep this plate as well. That's the pork pretty much done. Doesn't need too much work. Excellent. Okay, I'm going to form some nice patties. I think these are about maybe 4 ounce, similar size that I use for the smash burgers at work. But I'm not going to measure them, there's no point. Just going to make them a similar size. Alright, so next step, very simple. The whole dish is very simple, there's nothing complicated about this, but it's really tasty. So just put them into breadcrumbs and form a patty. That's all you have to do with this one, simple. I'm not going to make these too thick, so they're gonna fry quite fast. Perfecto, when it's done. Just gonna do the same for the rest. Alright, so the pork patties are formed. Just going to check the temperature of the oil. See if I can start to fry, and it's going up and up and up and up. 140, 150, perfect. Doesn't have to be too hot, because if it's too hot, they're just going to burn and not going to cook evenly, which you don't want. So yeah, I'm gonna do 3 and 4. Okay, now next on to the mayo. Quite excited, I've never actually tried making mayonnaise from cooked eggs. I've made mayo in the traditional way millions of times. Like when I was a trainee, we never bought in mayonnaise, we always made our own. Or we never bought in French fries, we always made our own. But things change. Okay, that's done. Now, instead of vinegar, I'm going to use the liquid. Actually, should I? Yeah, I'll just use the liquid and the couple of gherkins. Is that going to be too much? There might be too much. So, instead of the vinegar, I just used the liquid from these mini gherkins. And I'm going to add some oil. And the whole idea of when you are making mayo is to emulsify the oil and the eggs. I'm going to turn this one down slightly and turn the patties. So you can see it's already starting to have some color. Alright. So I'm also going to add a bit of Dijon mustard, salt, what else? Nothing else, let's see. Here goes nothing. Definitely emulsifies. That worked. Now I've clearly added too much of the liquid from the gherkins, so it's a bit runny, but for this sandwich this is perfect. Tastes nice as well. Yeah, excellent. Okay, I also have some potatoes. These have been sitting in my fridge for about a month. Just going to slice discs, and I'm going to deep fry these as well. Perfecto. Just going to let them rest. I'm going to cook. I'm going to fry the potatoes as well. And these are new potatoes, so not the perfect choice for frying, but I'm going to use them anyway. These are actually Jersey Royal new potatoes, very famous in Britain. Perfecto. Alright, potatoes are done. Nice. Then Wholesome. Just going to season them with salt. Alright, assemble the sandwich. Now I'm going to add a bit of this is spicy by the way, red gold seasoning. Red gold meaning paprika, of course. Okay, so spread that in the middle. Then I'm going to build it with some red cabbage, and this is not the way I had it, by the way, in the old days, but these are things I have in my fridge to use up, and I know it's going to work. I know that the crunchiness of the red cabbage is going to add to the whole experience. I also have some cucumber, and red onions, and also this mayo, not quite mayo, egg sauce. Very tasty, by the way. Doesn't actually taste like mayonnaise, it tastes like eggs. Alright, so this is done. Then I'm going to have one of these. I'm just going to cut them in half, so you can see what it looks in the inside as well. All right. Now, obviously, if you want to add cheese to this, then you add cheese to it. I wouldn't normally. I don't think it needs it, because the pork patty is so flavorful. Then just add a bit of potatoes, and I'm an idiot. I almost forgot to add the pickles, one of the most important things, so hat is coming off. And so kimchi. Originally, well, we have our own fermented cabbage in Hungary, just like they do in Poland and Germany, Sauerbraten. But today I'm using this kimchi with beetroot and, oh wow, these pickled red onions. So quite a bit of red onions in here. Some pickled, some not pickled. And this looks already good. I think I'm just going to add a bit more of this sauce. And there we go. So this is my take on the retro Hungarian pork sandwich. Looks awesome. Can't wait to dive in. So guys, I hope you enjoyed this episode, and I shall be back with our next coño. So guys, I hope you enjoyed this episode, and I should be back with a new one soon. Thanks for watching. Alright guys, so today I'm going to prepare a very simple sausage roll. I'm not going to use sausage meat, I'm just going to make it with pork mince. So if you are in the UK, you are more than familiar with sausage rolls. Are normally prepared with sausage meat, which is already mixed up. But if somebody is watching from outside of the UK, this recipe is easier to recreate with pork mince. I'm also using already made puff pastry. You can make your own pastry if you got the time, but I don't think anyone bothers. I'm also going to add some chipotle chili cheddar and some Bramley apple into the mix. And then apart from these things, I just use some onions, smoked garlic, parsley, and I'll have some potatoes on the side. Which I'm actually going to start with because I'm going to boil them first, and this should be ready at the same time. So let's start with this one. All I do, I just slice the potatoes into chunks, quarters. Nice. I just pre-cook these for the time that I'm preparing the rest, so it's going to be partially cooked already, and then it's going to bake at the same time as the sausage roll, using boiling water as always to speed up the process. And that's it. Just going to add some salt. Okay, for the sausage roll, as I said, I'm using the pork mince, and I'm using 10% fat pork mince, which I think is just enough for this purpose, but I wouldn't go lower than 10%. I was thinking about 20%, but maybe 10 is the sweet spot. Okay, to this I'm going to add 1 egg to start with. I might add another one later on, but I doubt. Then I'm going to add some breadcrumbs, and I'm using panko, so you can use any. And not too much either. This is going to be mainly meat, but the breadcrumbs help to soak up the juices. I'm going to add the onion and the garlic. And I'll just finely chop both of these. Now you can fry them off, but it's not necessary. I'm going to bake the whole thing anyway. And then add half of this parsley as well. Alright. And of course don't forget about the apple. I'm not going to remove the skin either. And Bramley apple is classic, beautiful cooking apples, or apples for cooking. And pork and applesauce is a very good match as well. Alright, so as you can see, fairly big chunks of apples. Now, you're also gonna add some of this chipotle chili cheddar. Let's say half of it. So that's about 100 grams to a half kilo of pork mince. But to be honest, yeah, why not? I'm gonna add the whole thing. So that's 200 grams of cheese added to the half kilo of pork mince. With spicy cheddar, nice. And I don't wanna mix it completely. I want to have like little pockets of cheese. Okay, now for the seasoning, I'll go very simple, just salt and pepper. Large amount of pepper. And I'm also going to add tiny bit of maple syrup because the added sweetness is going to work really well with the rest of the flavors. Don't go crazy, just a little. And then just mix this up. And again, try not to break up the apples or the cheese too much. All there is left is just to make the sausage roll. We got one sheet of puff pastry, and I'll just divide all this meat in here. Want to have nice fat sausage rolls. And I'm literally going to make 2 large sausage rolls, hopefully. And this is very little pastry to meat ratio. Is a lot more meat than pastry. I'm gonna egg wash the pastry twice, so I'm going to egg wash it now and then I'll leave it for a couple of minutes and then have a second coating of egg wash. Meanwhile, potatoes are pretty much cooked already. Okay, for the potatoes I'm going to use goose fat today. And these two should bake pretty much at the same time. The potatoes are already cooked, just need to bake them a little, that's it. I don't have to season it with salt because I put enough salt in the water. Just going to add some black pepper. And some chili. Make sure that they are coated in the goose fat nicely. And then finishing touches, going to add some nigella seeds, a bit more black pepper, and a bit of smoked sea salt. That's it. Okay, it all goes into the oven. And it's set to around 180 degrees, and that should take about, I would say, 20-25 minutes. We'll be back when I tidy up and these are cooked. Alright guys, this is cooked. I've got a wireless thermometer in the meat, and I can monitor exactly if it's cooked or not. Potatoes are done as well. Nice. Alright guys, so these are done. They look absolutely fantastic. I'm going to let them rest for a couple of minutes, and then I'm going to serve them with some chutney, some cornichons, little gherkins, and some Dijon mustard. I'm really looking forward to this. Alright guys, this sausage roll has rested, and now it's time to plate up. Wow. Looks amazing and smells amazing too. So guys, another extremely simple recipe for you. Beautiful sausage rolls with Bramley apples, spicy cheese and a bit of maple syrup. It doesn't get any more simple than this. I really hope you enjoyed the video, and I shall see you in the next one. Thanks for watching guys. Alright guys, so today I'm going to try to create some köttbullar, Swedish meatballs. Is it going to be traditional? Obviously not. I'm a Hungarian chef and I've never actually made this dish. I've made meatballs before. Obviously I've made Italian, Hungarian, even Japanese meatballs, but not köttbullar. I don't have any lingonberries either, so if you are a Swedish and you watch this video, please don't hate me. I'm not trying to mock your national dish, but I wanted to try to create meatballs the way you do, which is quite different from the way we do in Hungary. However, your cucumber salad is very similar to what we do in Hungary as well. So for this recipe I'm going to use pork and beef. I couldn't find any veal unfortunately, which used to be available in the supermarkets, but now they don't sell it anymore. So I'm just going to use pork, and I'm not going to use all this because it's quite a lot. I'll just use half of it. So then the other half I'm going to save now. I'll save half of this, and I'm going to save half of this too. Alright, Like that. This can go back to the fridge. See, I'm using my pinky. No cross contamination. Alright, so I've got my meat. That's done. Then I'm going to use shallots and onions in my meatballs. I've just watched about 6 different videos how to make Swedish meatballs. All of them was completely different, so I'll just do what I would do if I would be Swedish. So I'm using 1 shallot and 1 onion. In general, in my cooking, I use loads of onions. Way more than my mom would. Alright, most of the recipes I've seen, they use quite a lot of onion as well to make the meatballs sweet. The video I liked the most was from Alex, the French chef, when he goes to Sweden and he tries the meatballs. That was a really good video, and the chef who prepared the meatballs was a really cool guy. And I'm very curious how this is going to turn out. Also, of course, this is completely going to be untraditional because I'm going to use Rasselhanut to season it, and this is loads of onions for such a little amount of meat. Got my frying pan. I'm going to use some beef dripping to cook up the onions. And at the same time, I'm going to start the mash as well, because I'm going to serve this with mash in the traditional way. Mashed potatoes, so potatoes are in. I've had some boiling water, or water that I boiled previously to speed things up. Just add some salt to this. And 1 bay leaf, Hungarian touch. Yeah, that's on. Time is 6:15. Let's see how long it takes me to prepare this dish. Now, seasoning, as I said, I'm going to use some Rasselhanut, which I think is going to fit this dish really well. And I know it's completely untraditional. Salt and pepper, and also very untraditional, but then again Hungarian chef preparing a different nation's food. I'm going to add some mustard, whole grain mustard. I've got breadcrumbs soaked in double cream, so that's gonna go in as well. fonio with 1 egg. Ooh. Just mix it up. I've seen all sorts of variations where people used milk, someone used double cream and egg, so I prefer to use double cream. So just add this mix, and most of the recipes I've seen this was a bit runnier as well, but maybe it's a mistake, but I'm gonna keep it like this. So that's that, and I'm going to add 1 garlic as well, which I've not seen in any of the other videos. Again, I'm not trying to recreate Swedish meatballs, I'm just inspired by it and I'm creating my own. Alright, that's 1 garlic to go in. Just finished to cook off my onion, and I can get on with the cucumber, which I'm going to do slightly different way than I would do in Hungary and what I've seen in all the recipes. I just need a dish. So this is going to be how I would make it in, so this is going to be like I would make it in Hungary, but slightly different. So I just slice it up quite thin, or thin. I need some space, so cucumber can. All right. So my cucumber is sliced. I'm going to add the other garlic to the cucumber. All right. And what the chef said in the video, I'm going to put the link in the description, by the way, so you can see the original video which inspired me to do this dish. So he caramelized his onions quite well. Just add some black pepper. And then back to the salad. So I'm going to add some salt. And some sugar, in this case icing sugar, because that's what I have at home, as I don't really eat sugar, but this one dissolves much better as well, or much faster, should I say. So I've got salt, icing sugar, and I'm using white wine vinegar. Which is not very acidic compared to what we use in Hungary. And I just let this marinate for now. Job done. Okay, onions are getting there very quickly. And then I've got my parsley as well. Parsley. I'm going to save some parsley for the salad. So this much. Okay, parsley goes in there, and the rest of the parsley I'm going to add to the meatballs. Alright. Just cook it off slightly. Alright. So that's my onions done. Happy days. Just let it cool down a bit before I'm going to add it to the minced meat. Now this pan I'm going to use for the gravy. Just add some water now. And I'm just going to add a beef stock cube. And of course, if you have time, make your own stock, whatever makes you happy. I like to use stock cubes, it saves a lot of time. And if you use them in the right way, I think you can get away with it quite easily. Okay. Lovely job. Okay, so this one actually I'm going to transfer. No, actually later. I'll transfer it later. Okay, so chopping board can rest. So on to the meatball making. So I'll just mix everything up. Apparently the secret is that you have to work it out really well, and you're supposed to use a wooden spoon. I don't believe in that. I think I can get away with my spatula. Okay. At this point I can add my onions. And the Swedish chef said that this is supposed to be like a pate texture. So that's what I'm going to try to replicate as well. My one seems to be a bit less wet than his, so I'm going to add a bit more of the double cream. Yeah, this is more like it. Jesus, lucky I've only used half of it. I mean half of the mince. It would have been way too much. Just tidy up quickly. Alright. Okay. And apparently this is ready when it starts to separate. Not separate. What's the word? When your mix doesn't stick to the wooden spoon, or in my case, my spatula. I think this looks ready to me. Not quite sure if I put enough salt in this, so I want to try. So what I'll do, I'm going to transfer this stock. And just cook off a tiny bit. Make it flat because I just want to see if the seasoning is fine or if it needs any more. Let's see how the potatoes are doing. Let's see, another 10 minutes. These are going to be done as well. Okay, actually I think I'm done with the chopping board as well. Thank you, chopping board. Cucumber salad is on its way. Smells nice already. It reminds me of Hungary. And as I said, I don't have any lingonberries. Instead, I thought, well, since I'm in the UK, why not have some chutney with it? So I put this Christmas inspired warm and spicy chutney. Might be interesting. Okay, see if it needs any more seasoning or not. Oh yes. Tastes very nice, but it needs salt. Big time. I'm going to use some of the smoked salt. You actually can use a bit more of this Lasagne as well. Nice. Okay, I just quickly tidied up. I have added more seasoning to my meatballs and I'm ready to make the meatballs, and I'm going to start to fry them off as well. And again, if you are wondering why am I doing these kind of videos, the only reason I'm doing this is that I want to inspire people who don't normally cook to start to cook. Obviously, if you want a traditional Swedish meatball recipe, this is not your video, but maybe you can try this one as well. Anyway, back to meatball making. Now I'm supposed to aim for, I'm supposed to do this. So put a bit of water on here as well. We are aiming for small-ish meatballs. I'm going to make them slightly larger, but not large, but bigger than what you get in IKEA. Just thinking that this would make a really good burger as well. Alright, so this is done. I can wash my hands. So I can increase the heat now. This can soak. Happy days. I don't need this one. Bye bye. Clean the table. This should be quite quick actually. Just fry these off. I would say in about 8 minutes probably. Finish the sauce, the gravy, which I've got the stock for, and that's it. Easy. Very quick dinner. Cucumbers. Yes. Need more sugar. And a bit of salt. Okay, another spoon. This should be hot enough. Let's see. Yep. Da-da. I go with medium heat. I think medium heat is going to be key. Getting there. I don't want to burn them. Okay. Yes, smells amazing. You can smell the Russell honey is coming out. Wow. Because the chef, who was the Swedish chef, that is, who was cooking the meatballs in the original recipe that I watched, he used a lot of sweet herbs. And in a way, Russell Hanout is sweet as well, but it's also spicy. Yeah, really good stuff. It would be quite interesting for a Swedish person to try this, what they would say. Probably they would tell me to stick with Hungarian cooking. Oh well. Nah, it smells amazing. Yeah, buddy. Okay. These are looking good. And let's see where we are at with the old temperature probe. Getting there. Slowly but surely. Yeah, that's it. First batch is done. So I can go in with the second batch. And make the gravy and make the mash, and we are done. Easy. Okay, just lower the temperature. Let's get rid of most of the fat because I don't need that much fat. It's quite hot. That's enough. A bit too much. Just like that. Okay, to this I'm going to add some flour. That's it, not too much. That's about 2 teaspoons of flour. I'll just fry off the flour. Maybe a touch more flour. Just like that. Lovely. So flour is being cooked off. Just add my stock. It's a bit too thick, so I just use a bit of the water from the potatoes. Lovely. Okay, I'll just put this through a sieve. That's done. Happy days. Let's see what it tastes like. Nice. To this I'm going to add some double cream. A bit more cream. Hello. And for my taste, a bit of mustard. Get rid of the bay leaf. And as I said, I'm going to use some of this fat and some double cream. Alright, so cucumber salad or pickled cucumbers are ready. Okay, so salad done, plates are hot, very hot indeed. Mash is done. Lovely creamy mash. Wow, comfort food at its best. Meatballs. I'm quite happy that I've tried this actually. And gravy. course my addition, which is the chutney. So guys, my version of Swedish meatballs, not much to do with Swedish meatballs, is my version, with some lovely mashed potato and chutney, and of course the cucumber salad, or pickled cucumbers if you like. I hope that you enjoyed this video. There is a lot more coming on this channel and on the main channel as well, and I hope that I inspired you to do some home cooking, which is the main purpose of this kind of videos. You know, even if you try something like I just did today, I've done millions of meatballs in my life, but I haven't actually tried this combination, and I'm really happy I've tried it because I quite enjoy it. So guys, thank you for watching and see you on the next one. Jó napot! Ezt a darab szalonnát szeretném kérni. Meg ezt a két darab lefszállt.
Egészség.
Hello. Szóval meg. most jól néz ki. Wow. Wow. Alright. Sí, con los está casi.
Good.